Rocket, welcoming. Congratulations on being officially the fastest thing alive, claiming first in the chat for this stream. I hope you're doing well today.
Hello.
Hello, Torpor. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for that treat for the bar staff.
Here's a wee reminder, folks. Go and take your meds if you haven't already.
I have medicated. It is part of the reason that the stream is later starting than I intended. But if anybody else needs to take their meds, please, by all means, take the opportunity during the warm-up break, which will be happening around about now. How bad is my timing? There it is. Yeah, take the opportunity now to take your meds if you haven't yet taken them and need to at this sort of time of day. Ooh. I'm a little snuffly today. I think the past week has caught up on me a little bit and I am a little bit run down. We are still going to do some Disco Elysium. We are still going to attempt to do some speedrunning. See how it goes. And I'm going to eat my yogurt because I haven't eaten it yet. I did, however, take some time before the stream started to make my customary Sunday stream little snack pail, for want of a better description. So I've got things to eat during the stream, as and when I need them. No idea, Rocket. We'll see how we go. It's just Medicate, Torpor. And it has already been redeemed once this morning. Afternoon, I should say.
Hey, have you taken your medication today yet?
Oh!
Why the fuck not?
Apparently I was wrong. Apparently I also set it up for medication. It's just taking a long time to run it. Oh, no. You did medicate after. There we go. My chat is being a little sluggish. So I'm expecting it's going to disconnect at some point in the next few minutes. I didn't have dinner yesterday. Dad paid at an old Wild West restaurant. Oh, there are Wild West themed restaurants? Shouldn't have gotten the fries. Oh, I take it you went out for lunch. And as a result, did not eat dinner. Because lunch was bad. Tacos were really darn good though. Oh, good. On the contrary, okay. Ah, you ate so much at lunch that you didn't need dinner. Lunch was too good, I see. Well, I'm glad you had a nice lunch.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
I forgot to turn that down last night. I forgot to turn it down. Hello, Tomahoop, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. You know what, we can quickly do that now. It won't take me too long. All we need to do is go to my sound folder. find Tomahoop's walk-on sound, which is right there in the Tomahoop folder. Open it up and bring it down a few decibels. We'll place that. There we go. And you should be more inside voicey next time you join us. Welcome in, Tomahoop. I hope you're doing well today. Okay. Oh dear. Hi everyone. I'm fine. Just sudden need to cough there. Probably because I just ate a yogurt really quickly. Thank you, Tomahoop. You know when you get that little tickle at the back of your throat and you're like, shit, I need to do something about this. Oh, I tend to cover my whole face when I sneeze. My sneezes are explosive. But I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. Okay, what were we doing last week? It's been a really weird week and I have a lot of information has evacuated my brain. Were we going to talk to her again? Can we even talk to her again? No, we cannot. Unless I'm not actually... No, I am in-game. There we go. We can talk to her again.
What is it?
That's right. She pushed us away from her computer because we were fucking about with things we do not understand. I remember now. Hey, are you the lead programmer of that Viral Untethered? By any chance?
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It doesn't look like a big loss to her. Freaking printed paper's expensive, man. I want to live in a universe where it's not. Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Wow. She's kind of cool.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
She turns back to the terminal. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
I do. There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. There have been complaints from your neighbours. The bunch of you that definitely aren't taking a lot of illicit substances in the tent across the stream. Yeah, those neighbours. Police officer, it's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
No worries at all, Primbles. Welcome in. Good luck with your armor mission. I hope you enjoy your time in the Lurkers Lounge. Lovely to see you, mouse friend. She says, ready to stand her ground. Okay, she's conducting research.
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
I know what you mean, but also that sounds like some conspiracy bullshit. And only 2mm? Really?
Wait, what?
I agree, Logic. I agree.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Okay. And what does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. I guess you measure the absence of something. It's the only way to do it, isn't it?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Oh, I failed the logic challenge. How bad? Oh, I was so close. I was so close to being good at logic for a second there. I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Makes sense.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Inland Empire really wants to know about that. But I want to see what our other options are first. We have so many. Do we know where it's located? You said it's not going well, why not? Okay. Or we can conclude. We're not going to conclude yet. Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
Fair enough. Start writing it down in your ledger, excellent. What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
That's probably wise, not believing in them.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
Ouch. Hello, Poirot.
Hello there.
Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. You said that the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
I'm sure it would, but I'm not going to do that. Do you have any idea where the hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch black heights above, but without much.
Oh! Oh, hello.
Hello, Eyes of Epsilon. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great day.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out
Success,
from the
okay.
dark. Most
Lost
of
the
the
word
tower
there.
disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
Okay.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
Okay. It's a Very quick declarative you made there.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world. For now.
Great. Thanks.
Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
What about the bowls of water over there?
They are connected to my rain prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Okay. What are you doing with your radio computer?
I'm working.
Okay. I walked into that one. I'll readily admit I walked into that one.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
Okay.
Great.
Have you seen the Crab Man?
Nope.
But you know he's around.
Yes.
He's seen you.
And
And the Crab Man has seen you.
I don't care. I don't care about crab men.
She barely looks up, now tinkering with the machine's printer.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
All she cares about is her code, and I can respect that. How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
Decisions. Same here. It just doesn't connect here. Not like disco does anyway.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right. But how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some
it
news
might
for
be.
you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Oh my god, option 2 is just me. Animal sanctuary. Yay! A youth center would be nice.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Yes,
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
yeah, that's fair, Kim. Kim's gonna stay outside where it's safe. Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Bye, Suna. She seems nice. Maybe a little bit terse, but nice nonetheless. Okay. Now we did. We brought this down so we didn't have to take the long route back round. That's good.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
About the church. I checked it out.
And? What happened?
I talked to the Crab Man.
Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think?
Seemed okay, to be honest. Very spiritual.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Just preaching and praying from the looks of it.
No matter. Is he going to be a problem?
paranoid young man mumbles gruffly.
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we going to do about him?
Nothing.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
As far as I can tell, he's not going to leave. He'll climb around up there. And guys, you'll never catch him.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
You're just going to have to live with the crab man.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Are you sure?
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
Was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you guys haven't been completely honest with me about your plans.
Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just
well,
want to make the world a better place.
my community is full of spooky programmers, so I think I know who I'll trust here. Thank you.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
The stuffy tent muffles the last two words. The command fails to impress. The love? No. I'm not really feeling it at all.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea.
She did not
over
like...
9. Rocking it or dropping it?
She did not like the anodic dance club idea.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
He drops a hammer back into a toolbox.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance!
Thanks, Egghead. She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
There.
Hello, Penguin Sentinel. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
And you can't just evict her?
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honour Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her.
I mean, I do know a lot of dodgy punks wanting to make underground dance clubs, and there's nothing wrong with that, but, they're... Well, for one thing, are they really that punk if they're trying to get a cop to evict a scientist from a church? Feels like very unpunk behaviour to me.
If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Uh-huh.
The lines in the dark exist, coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being.
Ooh.
He's hard. He'll understand.
Dude. Steady on now.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries, we'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
Hello.
Hello, Soup. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. God blimey, Governor. Up the apples and pears. My old man's a dustman, etc. Yep. Also, there's no way this guy isn't modelled after Vivian from The Young Ones. Look at him. Or I suppose Sid Vicious. But I see him as more of a parody and therefore a Vivian. It looks like we can retry that now. But can we do anything to improve it? Improve the check before we try again?
Goodbye, officer.
Now, we have a pair of glasses that improve our logic, don't we? Yes. So let's put those on. That's the only logic improvement we have that we don't already have equipped. Let's just check we don't have anything minusing from logic. We do not. Have a little small.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Okay, we're up to an even chance. Keep your fingers crossed, folks.
Nothing jumps out at you. Nothing
Double
out of
one.
the ordinary.
Our first roll of the day is a double one. But Suna said they haven't been honest with me.
Haven't they? Or maybe it's that mean programmer herself who's been lying.
Logic, you're not helping.
How about
That
you
wasn't
get
very
out
logical
and
at all.
breathe? The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
Thank you, boobies.
Goodbye, officer.
I see how it is, Disco Hated as well. Come in. I hope you're doing well today. I'm very tempted to just... Can I smoke another cigarette so soon after the last one? Hello, Sinister. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. And if I do, is it going to actually boost their intellect further? I don't think it will. I'm not sure I want to risk it. Okay, let's go talk to Suna again.
Yes, what is it?
It is from Man with a Harmonica, funnily enough, by Morricone. It is from Once Upon a Time in the West. And it is Agent Sinister's walk-on sound. no worries on the lurk there, Tidders. You enjoy your time in the Lurkers Lounge, and if you're feeling up to it later, do let us know what flavour the ice cream is. What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre and he wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
She replies, her expression unchanged. Hold on, you don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
She was here first.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
Okay. We're emotionally bright enough to have figured out that that's the case. Are we emotionally bright enough to not rub salt in the wound? What do we think, chat? How much of a brain genius is our Harry today? I'm glad you had a good time, Sinister. Did I read right that that was your first ever gig? It is very cool, isn't it? It was. And how was it as a first gig experience? Would you like to go to other gigs in future, do you think? So I went to my first gig when I was quite young, so... Other than the fact that I can't stand for long periods anymore. But that's okay, because most venues have support for disabled people, which I have a pass for. So I get to sit down for most gigs these days, which is nice. I have a lot of fond memories of gigs from when I was younger, so I quite enjoy going to gigs. Even if I do get a bit tired these days. I think we're going to bring it up. I mean, we've already pissed her off enough. We can't possibly piss her off more, right? Are you bitter because your radio game project failed?
That's right. If
you got some
we can get our
experience points.
Wilkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Okay. We've got a very high chance of succeeding at this suggestion. Because we did so well discovering the history of Fortress Accident, which is neat. I kind of don't want to, though. I want to leave her to it. I want to leave her to her research. But I failed the logic check with the ravers. I already did Rocket. I failed. Like, I even put my logic glasses on in the hopes that I would succeed, and I rolled Snake Eyes, the first roll of the stream, and it was double ones. I even smoked a cigarette beforehand. Yeah, but it's a white check. Yes, but I've literally just failed at it. I don't know if it's going to let me try it again now that I've had a conversation with her. I literally just failed at it this stream before I came to talk to her again. Looks like it's still greyed out. And I am too far from a level up to put anything into anything. We'll go out, we'll go check. think I would like to go to more, but they're so expensive. I only got a ticket because one of my friends couldn't go. Ah, I see. Yeah. I've been very lucky that a lot of the musicians I like tend to sell their tickets really cheap. But equally, I went to see Depeche Mode earlier this year. Late last year. Time is hard. And that was horrendously expensive. Worth it for the experience, though, in my opinion.
Hi again. So, how
Yeah,
things
flop.
going?
See? We've not had enough time or gained enough experience since last time to actually try again, Rocket. Because that's what I wanted to do, and then we rolled Snake Eyes, because the game does not want me to succeed at this check, apparently. No matter how hard I try. My only course of action, if we want to go this route instead of convincing her, is to
Goodbye, officer.
ignore this for a bit and hope I can come back and do it later. Which is absolutely doable. I just don't know if we will be able to come back and do it later. £87, fucking hell. They weren't that expensive when I saw them. I mean, that was like 15 years ago, but that's beside the point. Yeah, so big bands like that will generally be very fucking expensive, but like, lesser known bands tend to be a little cheaper. And some bands that are big will still do their shows really cheap. Like Billy Talent's tickets are only like £30, which in comparison to some bands of their size and notoriety, popularity, is pretty fucking good. We'll see if we can find some experience points. Dead phone. Smashed receiver. Like someone hung up too hard. Was it us? I'm gonna blame everything on us. Someone must have worked hard to smash that plastic phone. Dome, even. Got anything over here? No. No, go back. Can imagine why calls become terrible sometimes. I guess. Buzz, hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Poirot. But equally, I've been to see Lordy live, and they were easily a third of the price of Iron Maiden, with the same quality of production values as an Iron Maiden gig. So it's a little bit production values, but it's also a little bit the band and, you know, how much they're getting paid, frankly. Don't get me started on the merchandising either. Oof. I remember when you could buy a t-shirt at a gig for £10. Be lucky if you can get one for less than 25 or 30 quid now. That's just me being an old fart, I suppose.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
I think this is the jacket the idiot Doom Spiral guy wanted me to find.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
The lieutenant looks at the stinking rag and sniffs.
Fairweather T500.
Oh, we
Remember
completed
that
the
weakness
thought.
you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Heck yeah. +2 to hand-eye coordination against enemies in FT500 armor. Excellent. That was a good one to put time into. Oh, apricot chewing gum scented one is nearly done. 11 minutes remain. I'm excited to see what that one looks like when it's done. Hooray, we got a filthy jacket. The fact that it's an entire Thor is scary. I don't know, makes sense. Makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. What is that? Okay, I guess we can't pick up anything out of it. Coin-operated weighing machine. Hasn't been used for a decade. Mega Binos prescription lenses. €28. They better be good quality at that price. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? But my experience of more recent gigs suggests otherwise, frankly. Anything up there? I like how I don't know if anybody else does this, I'm sure other people do, but when I want to look further in the game as I'm moving, I crane my neck like it's going to help. I don't mean to, just sort of happens. I guess that's an indicator of how invested I am in the game, that I'm literally trying to look with my own eyes where I'm going, rather than where the game's got me. Big wine canister. It's open and empty. There's a person here.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on. That is awful.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
I did just run towards the corpse, so it's not quite so,
It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right
The
here.
lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Can I get the other thought that was here? There we go. Careful there. These floorboards look rotten and weak.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tequila vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, Plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
Oh.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol.
I shouldn't say this after a week of being very, very off my eating plan, but I could go a kebab.
It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
Death by alcohol, perhaps? My guess, based on where he's positioned and based on the art card that we get for him, is that he was very, very drunk, misplaced a foot, went through the boardwalk, and smacked his head on the bench. Death by blunt force trauma to the head. Caused by alcohol.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
And I think I know who he is.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Kim, I fucking
We need to
love
investigate.
You. He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket. I've got to admit, I kind of want Kim's jacket. I mentioned this a few streams back, but I saw someone in Edinburgh wearing one of them. I was just like, that's a very cool jacket. But that was before I'd played this, and I didn't realise until we started playing it that it was Kim's jacket I'd seen this person wearing. It's a very nice jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no, this sounds terribly familiar.
That it does. We know who this is.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
It's the lady outside the bookstore's husband, yeah. I've got to admit, calling him the working class corpse kind of gave that away to me. She's the working class, she's written down as the working class wife or something like that, and then you're looking for the working class husband. The real shame there, Penguin, is that she wasn't worrying about him because he does this all the time. She only started worrying about him, like actually worrying about him, when we started pressing her and making her more concerned for his welfare. Because he just goes off and drinks, doesn't come home for a few days. It's just what he does. He's always doing this. He'll be fine. He'll turn up when he's ready. That is so fucking sad. What's even sadder still is that shit like this happens all the fucking time.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Called it.
You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a litre of pure ethanol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last.
That's really sad.
That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
He was freshening his breath up for when he got home.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
Okay, before I carry on, I just want to take a moment to appreciate how beautifully melancholy the music is whilst we're doing this. And like, because of the character archetype I chose for Harry at the beginning of the game, we're getting a lot of this additional sort of emotional information that we might not get on other playthroughs, I guess. For anyone that doesn't already know, this is my first ever playthrough of this game. I am experiencing all of this for the first time. It's highlighting the tragedy at play, it absolutely is. Everything about this game is just so well designed to convey how you're feeling as Harry, I think. I think it's really, really good. And I know we hear this piece of music a fair amount. I think it's just like general area music, but it works so well for all the things we're finding in this area. It feels like it's been very carefully thought about what you're going to find in the area and what the music should sound like as you're passing through that space.
This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
Fuck.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just the one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 litre Tequila vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer. Then at your yellow plastic bag. Because we're holding a bunch of empty bottles in our bag. It's how we're paying for our hostel room.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
No, I agree with you, Kim. I absolutely agree with you.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Definitely.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Lieutenant shudders from the cold. This is so fucking heartbreaking.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Oh, Kim.
A .75 it's mid-market.
Tear, I prefer...
True. They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Hold on, what about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Oh, thank you, GB.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
You're right. I don't see anything criminal here. Let's leave it at that.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
We found him. We should finish this.
All right. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here.
Oh!
You don't.
Oh,
just
hello.
walk over here.
Hello, Rust. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
We know who this is. It's the working class woman's missing husband. Dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
He looks at the bundle of flesh and rags lying on the ground. The leather jacket. It matches her description perfectly.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
The lieutenant nods. What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
This is true logic, thank you. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk.
That would explain it, yeah.
Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Yeah. He smiles sourly. Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. although there's still a question of identifying the body.
Okay.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Interesting. +2 perception. Betrayal lingers everywhere. Interesting. Okay, everybody. It is time for us to take our union mandated break. So now is a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, have a stretch, get some fresh air, all that good meat mecha maintenance stuff. And I will see you in 3 minutes after I have done the same. BRB. Oh no. Fear.
Oh.
Come on, Wib.
We filled his dirty little spin hole.
Let's get busy.
Ivan!
Okay.
It's fun to share points.
Oh, yeah!
I got points.
Yay! And what do points mean? Validation.
Oh! It doesn't even give a shit. Did somebody do that then? Please. Yes, nice one, Tidders. That was perfectly.
Need someone to come and examine my work?
Have you drawn a penis on the side of the... Where are
Please,
you?
I'm an artist.
Snape attempted
Yeah?
to.
Come over here.
Let's have a look. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I was having fun, but now I'm scared. Oh, you bastard! That's wicked! Okay, now I'm scared and happy. Just have a quick jog over here. Oh, too far. No. Oh, shit! I'm so sorry! Oh, I accidentally punched a gnome to death. I'm gonna give you a proper burial. In the appropriate place. I am so sorry. Oh. Let's find a nice tree to bury the bones under. So I can hide my shame. We'll put them here. I'm sorry, little gnome.
Come back whenever you find something, Nelson. I'll be out.
And so will Nelson. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well then.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. I had a cheese triangle during the break, and it was very tasty. And now I want more. Let's have a look at this library
The
card
library
then.
card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Thank you, conceptualization. I love the picture for conceptualization.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Man, how did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
That's gross. That is so gross.
It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Ew, ew, ew.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Damn it. Coin operated viewer. Been out of order for years. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Can we hold on to Kim? I appreciate that the game doesn't give you the option to pick up those bottles after you've told Kim that you won't, or that you've agreed with Kim that you won't. Moonshine, probably. Smells like tasty fermentation. If there's anything over here we can do. No. This game is very well laid out as well, because it doesn't hide things from you, which I appreciate. Like, it doesn't hide things with the perspective, I mean. Obviously it hides things from you, because that's an important part of storytelling. Can we go this way? No. No, it takes us that way. That's fine. We know now. That's the important thing. What's over here? Anything over here? No. Well, I'm glad we went up there. What's our experience looking like? 78. We're very close to a level up, which means if we carry on with the cadaver quest for now, instead of going back to the church quest, we might have another shot at yeah, because it's still greyed out. That's fine. Where haven't we been over here yet? I don't think we've been this way yet. We definitely haven't, because there's people up here that we've not talked to. We'll go this way. Hello. Necessity-driven
And
architecture.
Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How does he know who Kim is?
Nice to meet you.
The lieutenant nods. Hold on, hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
What was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed colouring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you. Worms mentioned. Yep.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Ooh.
Hold on. What's R&D?
What's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
He grins. What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer.
Well then.
Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon, as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Excuse me, are you a human or a living PowerPoint slideshow? I know, right?
Yes. To lure in their star engineers.
He knows his stuff.
This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers? The company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Ah, right, okay. Mikhail's a little too young to be hearing about what happened to people during the revolution, I guess. Oh yeah, it's fantastic, Penguin. You wait till you see the car if you've not seen it already. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
He says, while his son looks up, idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed colouring book.
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Okay.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
I get the feeling that Mikhail's heard this a lot and probably doesn't care all that much. Yes. Absolutely, Penguin Sentinel. Absolutely. How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
What a name.
It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dums?
Okay, good. Reaction speed is also thinking that sounds a bit weird.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world.
It's really not, is it? It's not just me. It's not me not knowing anything about this universe. I'm definitely a little run down today because I can't regulate my temperature properly. I'm a little bit cold, but then I'll be too hot in like 5 minutes.
What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? Paul Ockerman? Keith and Guy Juiced? What are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Clears his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Wait, the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all. Well done. I don't want your money. I just wanted to see whether my profiling skills were working.
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact.
He looks up again, a playful hint shining in his eyes.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states.
Oh,
have you read it?
Really? No. No, I have not.
If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying?
Thank you for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
He seems so nice. He's ministry then, absolutely. Which explains why he knows so much about this stuff.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Kim being rather cynical there. And the power box. Charges nothing now. It's empty. See, I don't need your money, ministry man. I find my money in boxes. I wonder. Yeah, there we go. That appears to be everything over here, because this is blocked off by a fence, but that's fine. I do wonder if Kim would have been an absolute technophile if the future had arrived as planned. Oh, he definitely would. He's really into his heavy machinery. He loves cars, he loves, like, all the big cranes and stuff that you get to see. When you go to the shipping yard, he loves that stuff. Oh, a postcard. I am convinced if I find all the postcards, I'm going to get an achievement. Because it just seems like such an odd thing to keep picking up different variations on. But I don't know if because I keep selling them, I'm basically conning myself out of an achievement or something. Okay. I think that's everything we can do around here for now. I mean, I guess we could have used maybe used the bolt cutters on the fence over there, but I didn't want to. Okay, so that was us going up there and exploring there. So what's over here? Is this the cryptozoologist? Tiny cages carefully constructed.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Exactly,
no way
Poirot.
out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
Hello, Morel. We've been looking for you.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81.
The water lock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm
Zero
beer.
punches, absolutely.
Did he say we can go back now?
I mean, it doesn't leave a lot to the imagination, does it? Gary the crypto-fascist.
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
And we're not messenger boys.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
And what makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
He looks around.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sort of specialised techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Okay. It's an interesting theory you've got there.
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Wow. He leaves the conclusion up to you.
Seems puny, to be honest.
You would say that physical instrument. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? Doesn't seem to be as colourful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
It's true. He flashes you a sideways smile.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
Shakes his head.
Would be glory itself.
What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
He holds up an index finger.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
Thank you, Kim.
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
What makes you think the phasmid is here in Martinez?
There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree, despite not knowing what it was themselves.
A pair of teenagers? There's only a handful of those that I've seen since we started playing this game, and I wouldn't trust any of them.
It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Ooh. Parthenosis, for fuck's sake. We failed that encyclopedia check. Parthenogenesis?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Notable example, Komodo dragons. Okay, we have a couple of options here. A travesty, a crime against passion and common sense. Now I'm going for the first one. That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I try my best to remain dispassionate.
Welcome in, Exploding Pager. Interesting username. It's a German egg drive. A Volkswagen. Bravo. Bravo. Hold on. We have a command for that here. Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Points at the cage of mesh and wiring on the ground. Leonard designed the traps?
Yes.
He says with some pride. Ah, it's nice that he's like they're actively involved in the same interests, as it were, and that, you know, he's not taking credit for her designs there. How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty common trap design, to be fair.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
Yeah, that's fair. A sticky trap would probably be more effective, but would also likely injure the bug. What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Okay. Surely it would be more sensible to fill some traps with locusts and some other traps with things that identified phasmids eat. Just, you know, cover your bases, as it were. Especially if they only occasionally prey on other insects. That just feels like you're scuppering yourself there.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
There's a lot of hypotheses here, man. I know, right?
A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Yeah, it does seem very unlikely. You're correct, Logic. Carnivorous stick insect? Seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included
Oh,
plant
good.
material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
It's not skepticism. I'm using logic based on information that we actually have about other insects in the same genus. I would not call that skepticism.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
What will you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams. which use plants. We have given this some thought.
Uh-huh.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Lena's wonderful. Let's ask about something else.
What?
Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
He yells in response.
I won't let Lena down.
You know, they should probably leave the traps alone for a little bit. Like, at least go a few meters away, because I know if I was a stick insect, I wouldn't go where there's lots of loud noise and stampy feet.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
That's an unfortunate potential turn of events. That is very true, Rust. But there are no carnivorous stick insects. So it's good that they've actually put some plant matter into the traps as well. But that we know of. That we know of. Fair point, well made. But it doesn't seem like this one's a carnivorous stick insect either, if it actually exists, considering they've had no luck catching it yet. I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting. On record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the phasmid?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
He coughs, then continues.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Absolutely.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Another cough. Into his fist this time. Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, come back, and check the traps later.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
Well, you put plenty of bugs in the traps, so they should be fine.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we checked the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Chaos is my method, I am its scion. I love that one. Okay, this is rare. I genuinely love all 3 options. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there. On your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
Okay.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them...
He gestures to the trap in front of him.
You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
I guess.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Aren't you having fun? The pursuit of knowledge is its own justification. He doesn't look too convinced, but the small shrug indicates, why not?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me, thick. Behold my underarm. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray, a double helping as you present your other armpit, and then gives you a satisfied nod.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. I'm ready. Let's get to it.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the boiling.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rust, that makes sense.
Whatever he thinks about this detail, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too.
Thank you, Rhetoric.
But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
How did you become a
I've
cryptozoologist?
just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Nope. You do not spend too much time researching weird stuff, Rust. You spend an appropriate amount of time taking an interest in things that interest you. And then sharing that knowledge with other people. I think that's very admirable.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself.
And I will not
But he'll
have people
open up
belittling their
if
own
he
interests in my chat. Because I think it's awesome. This is supposed to be a place where we can share our interest in things and share our passions. And do so without judgment and without shame. Unless, you know, your interests and passions are things which are morally inappropriate, shall we say. But we don't have those kind of people here, thankfully. What we do have is a bunch of turbo nerds who really like specific video games or really like specific parts of history or know a lot about the natural world or a combination of all of the above. And I fucking love that. Also music theory. There's a couple of music theorists in this community. But I'm also a big believer in the free sharing of knowledge. Sharing our stories is important. You never know who's going to be able to get something out of your story. It can mean the world to just one person, and that's kind of special. So you're living out your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
His eyes narrow. He's so defensive. Why not just become a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists.
Hey, Turbo.
I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Welcome in, my friend. I hope you're doing well today. Sorry, I wanted to wait until Morel had finished talking before I said hello to you properly there.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
This text bug that we've got today is really annoying me. So we've got a break in about 10 minutes, so what I might do is just close the game and reopen it and see if that fixes the problem when we're on the break. And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
So you have never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
So how many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Jeez.
2 are categorised as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have proven to be real?
Yes. The Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate,
Neat.
and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere.
Oh.
We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
No, that's fair. Then the Insulindian phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
He doesn't smile, just looks you in the eye. It's a forceful gaze.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him.
Hello
or swaying his
there.
opinion.
Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Thanks for explaining that. Now, about something else. Let's talk about specific cryptids.
All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it, since you've offered to help. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Tell me about a cool cryptid. That's not going to work. I know about the most dangerous cryptid, the Gnome of Jeroma.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
Must be the evil apes duking it out on the giant ball. I think that's us. Living? No.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose.
The dread moose?
Yes. The dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Hold on. Does it also attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
Okay. What does the dread moose look like?
Just like an ordinary ardent moose.
Then how can you tell if it's the ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
I'm not completely sure about this dread moose.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
What's the other evidence?
The recent surge in the moose population. As hidden carnivores, the dread moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
Oh my. But why would it need to hide its carnivorous nature?
Moose are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
What exactly is the relationship between carnivorous moose and regular moose?
The carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection.
Okay.
It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Agreed, Penguin. We should just leave them alone. Are there any reliable eyewitness accounts of a moose killing other animals for food?
One slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something, its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
That does sound suspicious.
And that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
This isn't something unique. Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
It's true. Fistfight the moose, lose horribly. Nah, I'm good, thanks.
Anyway, there is more than enough evidence to justify a thorough search for the dread moose. Let's close the subject before it turns into an argument.
Okay.
Here is a man who has had more than his fair share of heated arguments and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
Fair enough. Which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you almost caught one.
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialists would find rather dull.
What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
You tried to catch an ant. It says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
So I may have seen willow people without knowing it.
You probably have.
How did you almost catch a willow person?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paints. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And,
Inquisitor
well,
Grox
you pick
just
me up so I can
for
make you?
53 months. Hello.
Rox, hello, welcome in. And thank you so much for being subscribed for 53 months. Fucking
You're
hell, that's a long
accused of
time.
heresy on 3 counts.
I've pushed the break back a little bit so we can learn more about the willow person before we go for it.
A lavender shadow.
Kim smirks.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone and to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
And Lena's sighting of the phasmid, is that...
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
Enough tales then. Let's change the subject.
By all means.
I'll get going. Okay, so we've now got a few minutes before the break. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. So we're just gonna look around the area a little bit. We'll talk to Gary the crypto-fascist after the break. Because I figure we probably need to talk to him, even if I don't want to because of his name.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
I can't see anything interesting.
You don't have a reason to. Yet.
What is this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
A boy bobs in the water. The number on it says 11. Anything else for us to do around here before they leave? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll go stand next to Gary. We've got some stuff to do in our inventory. We got to level up. So let's... Did we not? Oh, we can level up volition, but we can't do visual calculus. We can do conceptualization. Oh, that was weird. I thought I'd clicked on rhetoric before and it was grayed out. The cryptozoology thing is a side quest. You don't have to do it, but of course I'm doing it because it's cryptids. Okay. Let's put it into conceptualization, I think, because we don't really do much. We don't have anything in there at the moment. The rhetoric's kind of useful. No, let's go rhetoric, actually. Yeah. Go rhetoric. We still can't retry the Andre check, though, because we can't put anything else into logic. We already maxed our logic out, which is a problem. I'm just going to check down here if there's anything to pick up. No. There's something there. And money. Nothing else of interest. Okay, back to standing next to Gary the crypto-fascist, and it is time for our break. So now is a great time, everyone, to grab a drink, grab a snack, have a stretch, get some fresh air, all that good meat mecha maintenance stuff, and I will see you in 3 minutes after I have done the same. BRB, everyone.
Where?
That was fucking amazing! Yes! We mech now. Oh my god, that's awesome! Servobot has all of Naruto Boy's basic moves: jump attack, dodge, shoulder bash, uppercut. Servobot also has an extra attack called down stab. Yes! That allows you to attack from above. Yes. Fucking love this game.
I also really like Cowardly Pillbug, or Anxiety Pillbug, maybe? I know I'd curl up into a ball when I'm anxious too. I think we already got a nice flat version of Turnip Face.
Causing irreparable damage is the best part of parenting.
Yes, lick the boot. Lick the boot. Lick it harder.
There is a spike stuck in him. He doesn't seem to care. There is a spike stuck in him. He doesn't seem to care.
Would you like to explain the RuneScape dance to people that aren't familiar?
Yeah, basically if two people were following each other, instead of what happens right now, oh no, it's working.
Yay, it's working!
This is the dance. You just have to be moving when it happens.
There you go, folks. The RuneScape dance.
That is the single most powerful lich in all of D&D. That's Robert.
I was really hoping you didn't see that.
Yeah, that's the front door. You know what? I've had it with you lot. I'm fucking taking this with me. This is my record now. Fuck the lot of you. I'm out of here.
Off of it and
Welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. I had some of my Kit Kat whilst we were in that break. I was trying to hold off until I'd eaten all of the savoury stuff in my little tin, but I really wanted something sweet. So, a little bit of chocolate. Let's talk to Gary the crypto-fascist, shall we?
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer.
Now, I don't know if he just talks like that, or if it's because he's talking to us.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay, where's the punch Gary option? Trying not to judge you too much. Yeah, that's fair. Kill, kill, murder. Yeah, nobody talks to Kim that way. I will protect my precious forensic scientist with my life. And a plastic bag full of empty booze bottles. It's like a sock full of doorknobs, but it makes a prettier sound.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook.
Oh, yes. That is a threat if I've ever seen one.
Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first.
Thank you, Logic. Swing it hard enough and that bag is taking someone out. Exactly.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
I like how when he says it's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here, it's an insult, and when I say it, it's because I love you all to bits. Drunks and degenerates, that's my crew! Exactly. Harry gets it. Nobody's perfect, I'm sure. You've been tempted to drink.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
His gaze shifts to the pile of soggy logs at his feet. Uh-huh.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people.
You said Revocol.
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
I don't like this guy.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too, perhaps. It's odd.
Was surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
Kim, I fucking love you. Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
He gestures towards Gary, as though he were presenting a work of art. Okay, no, I have something for this. Where is it? There we go. Thanks, Kim. I don't know, I liked the previous racists better. I hated Measurehead. I could not stand Measurehead. Are you, Gary? Are you a racist?
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
This is a racist. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the racist. The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay?
He flashes an impenetrable smile. Okay, so you don't want to talk about my colleague. Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
It seemed as if you were calling to it longingly when you cried Yellow Man. You look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this. Home, in his colonial mug collection. I can see you recognize it. It's in your eyes.
I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all.
Oh, decisions. Okay, no, I'm having fun with this one. Kim's right, this is the really good races. We can fuck around with this one. Harry going for the throat there, and I'm gonna keep fucking doing it. You don't just casually throw a racial slur at my superpowered bestie over here, because Kim is the real super cop here, and I'm going to use my position of power as a white man in authority to kick this asshole's ass and the rest of him. Welcome in, Kian. Yes, he lives up to his name. Hope you're doing well today, Kian. Okay, do I wanna go with the bottom option or the top option? I can't decide. They're both so good. It's fun to fuck with crypto-fascists because they try and keep a veneer of politeness. It's oh so easy to tear down. Yeah, which is why I'm struggling to decide between these two options, because, like... Do I want to tell him that I'm implicating him in a very serious crime that we're investigating? Or do I want to tell him that I think he's lying to me? This is much more fun than trying to talk to Measurehead, because Measurehead is just so fucking deluded. Nothing is penetrating that thick skull of his.
Falcon punch!
Could just kill him. Crime solved. I mean, crime not solved, but it would certainly fix things, yes. I'm gonna go with the second option, I think. Alright, I believe you. You look like the kind of person who knows it's a crime to lie to an officer.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
Oh, look at that. The crimes are just racking up. Just racking up.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Of course I'm gonna fucking find him. I am.
Oh, God. 250? How am I gonna pay that? Okay. I'll work harder. I'll pay it off. I promise.
This is what you get for being a racist asshole.
This is a considerable expense to him. 1 month's wage, most likely.
Good.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately.
It
Damn
does indeed,
Koiko's
Ian.
price dumping us out of competition.
Though in this universe, who knows what it means? He's He's having a crisis because he wants to bootlick the police. Yep. Like I said, I'm using my position as a white man in authority to wreck him. It's very satisfying. Wait until he finds out I'm a communist.
What did you do, Gary?
Oh, what didn't he do, Morel?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Can we get him fired?
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
How did you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Okay, hopefully I got to the mute button in time for that one, because that was a very explosive sneeze, even by my standards. Holy shit. My face, why? Oh good, I did. Glad to hear it. Oh no. I also smacked myself in the face as I was protecting the world from my sneeze germs, and now my glasses have a massive fingerprint on them. I'm so good at this. Why would you need to get into everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to
Slurms.
store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and looks up.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
He raises both hands. Go on then.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
Changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
The lieutenant remarks drolly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
Uh-huh.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What's that strange sound?
What sound?
That clinking I just heard when you moved.
Really?
He fans his arms out slowly, and this time, his motions are soundless.
There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles. The smell of decay. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
Let's move on. For now.
I hope I could help your investigation. In my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Thank you, Half-Light. We're going to do this one first, then we're going to quickly get changed, and then we're going to do this one. So, Gary, you live nearby, in an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
And you're a big man from Heimdall fan?
How?
The colour drains from his face. I saw that ridiculous poster in your apartment, along with all your other colonialist memorabilia.
But why were you in my apartment, officer?
Just doing Mr. Clare a small favour.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him.
Huh?
What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
The man looks around, whispering. He makes sure no one hears you talk. I don't know what it was, but he doesn't like you, Gary.
I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night. About some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my mouth loud like that.
Me too.
I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
The lieutenant remarks with a smirk.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
I knew you'd come round to it eventually, Kim. And now we don't need to get changed. Actually, no, we're going to get changed anyway, just in case. So it's composure we need. And I know we've got something that increases composure, but I can't remember what it is. It might be shoes. It is shoes. There we go.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
I hate him so much, and I'm really enjoying fucking with him. Okay.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn underneath? Gary is digging a deeper, deeper hole. He is. And we get to watch and laugh.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Why, Gary, I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was...
He unbuttons the shirt. Well, considering I directly asked you about it, and you obscured the truth, I'm pretty sure you just lied to a police officer again. Again. So what was that about civic duty earlier?
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
Uh-huh. You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
He tampered with a crime scene. He removed evidence from a crime scene. He lied to a police officer about it. Twice. The crimes, they stack.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
Oh, you got more than apologizing to do, buddy. You got splaining to do. Gary is in a spot of bother, Morale. You may want to get yourself a new research assistant, Morale.
No. You've got explaining to do.
Yes, Kim! See, Kim gets it. The lieutenant's tone is icy. Kim, I fucking love you. Why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak.
Well, yes, we
I
know
should
that.
have told
You're
you
a
the
racist,
moment
of
I
course you're
saw
weak.
you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
Yes, he is, Morel. Yes, he fucking is.
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
Oh my god, Gary.
Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
Okay, what kind of moron doesn't realise that removing evidence from the corpse at the scene of a crime, at the scene of a lynching no less, is going to cause trouble for the police? A thief, like every other fascist. A fascist, Hobby. I sit corrected. Point still stands.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. Kim's being surprisingly nice about this, considering the way Gary has been towards him.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man.
Too late now.
CI officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head. Kim is a professional. Kim is the professional. A fascist who thinks lynching a foreigner is not a big deal, in fact, yeah. Hi D, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today, mate.
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
There can be more than one professional. In this universe, Kim is the professional. It's been ages since I last watched Leon. I should really rewatch it. Such a good film. Give me that armor. Now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
You should probably also stop running your mouth on any subject, seeing as you clearly know not of what you speak. And you're a terrible person. Who now has a 250 real fine to pay. Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
I mean, I don't give a fuck if you mess with Mr. Clare. But if you spit any more fucking racial epithets, I will find you. And I will break every bone in your puny little fascist body. Somehow, I think a flying spin kick to the face will do a lot more damage to you than it did to Measurehead, and it knocked him the fuck out. We've got his scent now, we just need a bloodhound. Well, we know where he is, so the bloodhound's kind of, pointless. But we are wearing the armoured gloves from the victim's armour set, so we could just, like, punch him in the face, and that would probably do quite a lot of damage. I mean, I would love to break his bones anyway, but it looks like we don't have that option. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
I told you everything. I just took the cuirass, that's all. I promise. I don't know anything else.
Harry's got hidden strength specifically for these assholes. Yes, he does. Hello, Sol.
Hello!
Hope you're doing well today. Victim's still got him. Victim is in the bear fridge now. So hopefully we can relieve him of the boots at some point. But they're stuck on him at the moment. Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Thank you for your cooperation. Huh. Wearing the armor reduces our empathy. Who'd have thought? Does it do it on all of them? No. Honestly, I don't think I want to wear the body armor. Partially because it stinks of crypto-fascist sweat, and partially because it does a negative to our empathy, and our empathy is one of my favourite features about us. We're coming from, like, the Night Lords if he fucks up again, exactly. We still can't retry the Andre challenge. Oh, we got another level up though. Can we actually increase these? It looks like we can't. No, guess not. It's probably the most successful shaking down we've done in this game. It absolutely was, and it was so satisfying. We needed that win. Do I care about that right now? I can't. Otherwise, I would have already done it, Rocket. We maxed out logic ages ago. This is the problem I'm having. It's maxed out, so until I can find an item that increases my logic by a single point, I cannot retry the nightclub thing. Which is what I was saying to you earlier. If we hadn't got double ones, it would have been fine. Either item or raising the cap, and I can't raise the cap either, it won't let me. So... we've not got any thoughts related to logic yet either. I don't know... I could unlock another one of these and put Kingdom of Conscience back to work, I guess. Or... we've got a couple of other ones. I don't feel like looking at these ones, I don't think any of them are gonna improve our logic though, so... Or raise our intellect cap. I don't know. Very unsure about what to do. I might just leave the point for now. See if we can find another item. Oh, if I put these shoes on... No, because then we lose one logic anyway. Ooh, here's a thought. If I swap that out and then put the... It went ping. And then put the logic shirt back on. Does that count as a change in my skills? No, it doesn't. It was worth a shot. It's worth a shot. Okay. Is that a bottle we can pick up? I guess not. No boat in the boathouse today.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Lieutenant grins mirthlessly. No need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. I'm helping some citizens and getting some fresh air.
I meant no offense, just...
The lieutenant doesn't know how to finish the sentence. He looks at you, putting the trap back on the ground. It's okay. We know you didn't mean any offense. You just don't believe any of this stuff, so you're being a bit bitter about it. It's all good. Boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. Like that you can see the locusts inside as well. Ooh, there's a box there. Oh, there's a hat there, but we can't pick it up. Boo! Oh, it's not a hat, it's a lamppost. That's why we can't pick it up. Silly me. I wanted to put Harry in a Gobson hat. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench, covered in rust.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Oh, jeez. I think I know the answer to this one, and I don't want to... Let's improve our visual calculus for this. Not even sure if we have anything else that improves visual calculus, but we'll see. I guess not. Guess not.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Do that first, see if it gives us any extra pluses. Look, Kim, even more bullet holes. Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
Lieutenant examines the wall closely.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Agreed. Okay, so nothing extra there. Let's hope we can manage it with a 42% chance. Keep your fingers crossed, folks.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet.
Saw this coming.
No sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side.
Hey, Zozo.
Hello!
Hope you're doing well today.
The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I'm alright, thank you, Zozo. A bit tired today. Had a very long week. Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Hiddleston said about Feld?
What if it was the Feld personnel, when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries?
Another likely scenario.
Lieutenant nods.
Or maybe...
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
I love the way the narration is done in this game. Like, everything about that was just... I don't have the words right now, but... For anyone that's played in an RP that goes into this sort of level of detail with some pretty serious or heavy topics, you'll know what I mean. It felt like being in an RP. It felt... I know we've got the visuals here, but it felt like when you're picturing the stuff that your GM is telling you in your head as you're going through. It was very theatre of the mind, despite us having the visuals already. It's very, very good. And I find that with basically every little... Is vignette the right word? In this game? Like with the corpse we found on the boardwalk earlier, that... It's... Story's not only barred short, it is inaccessible. Okay. It's very common practice in video games, even in games that are more like this, to rely heavily on the fact that the player can see what's in front of them. They can see the characters, they can see the environment, and to not really describe things in the level of detail you need to when you're doing something that isn't visual, that is more oral. So when you're playing in a really well-crafted tabletop RP, your GM will be describing things in great detail so that you feel like you're immersed in that world, you feel a part of it, you're living and breathing with it. And this gives you the visuals, which are beautifully done, but still takes from its RPG roots and describes everything in painstaking detail to match what you can see on the screen, so you really do feel like you're there. You're getting it from all angles, all the senses, basically. It's so, so good. If I recall correctly, a lot of this was made as a TTRPG campaign, then brought into this game. It was, exactly. The creator was very, very heavily inspired by TTRPGs, and that is evident in the way the game has been designed, in the way the mechanics work. But the fact that... Hey, Tabby, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. That the fact that they have actually bothered to do that amount of additional descriptive writing, despite most games feeling they don't need to do that, is wonderful for me, and I think that's one of the many reasons this game is so good, because as much as this world was made for a TTRPG, as a couple of you have pointed out in chat today, and as we've discussed in previous streams of this, look at the way Cyberpunk does it. Cyberpunk relies on the fact that it's a game, despite the fact that it's a video game, despite the fact that it's based on a tabletop RP. Whereas this is going, no, we're still a tabletop RP. We're just a tabletop RP that is a video game as well at the same time. I think it really adds something to the game. Ooh, +2 logic! +2 logic item! We can try that check again. Oh, baby! Yep. From what I'd read, Rocket, the creator, was very heavily inspired by TTRPGs, but this wasn't specifically made for an RP. It's a good looking hat. It's a very logical hat. Let's put our logic glasses back on, because we're about to go and bother some ravers. Okay, our logic is at +4. As long as we don't roll double ones again, we should be fine this time. Probably. Just gonna check and see if there's... Ooh, money. Yeah, I like the fact that they're not relying in this on the fact that they're a video game to convey information. They are... Sign says, Entree interdit? Probably pronounced that wrong, and I'm sorry if I did. Old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. Okay. I guess we have to go back this way, seeing as we couldn't go that way. Section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Run around here. This way? I think we came from this way, didn't we? This feels right. Oh! Barrel that I haven't investigated there. Let's do that. Rust-eaten letters read Mazut. Don't know what Mazut is. Is this the right way? No, we've not been here. I mean, we should go there, but not yet. Do this first. Oh, I think I went that way. Looking back at you from the rust-coloured water. You. It's a type of diesel. Thank you, Poirot. Forbidden entrance. Thank you very much, Poirot, for the explanation there as well. What is that? We can't interact with it, can we? No, we can't interact with it, so it must be nothing, but it looks like something. Full of holes. Could the posts hide treasure? Look inside. Oh, they all hide treasure. Excellent. Treasure posts. So So much stuff. Okay. Items. No, interact. It's an interact, isn't it? No, it's a tool. Did I not? No, I am holding them. Two uses left. Why aren't you working? Oh, I guess my last cigarette is still in effect. Okay then. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Why can't I use them? Like, even when I couldn't use them after I'd used one before, it still showed them in my hand. Swap them around? No. Weird. It won't let me, titters. Okay, let's try this again.
So, how are things going?
Why is it still locked? Put skill points into logic to open this white check. I can't! I can't put skill points into logic to open this white check. Some Funkos do have eyes, and I don't know. Rocket.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay, so putting the logic hat on didn't help. Can someone who has played this before let me know if there is a way for me to increase the overall intellect thingy? Like, can I use skill points to do that? Or can I only increase the cap via thoughts and stuff like that? I tried. It doesn't do anything. Which either means that the game's bugged out, or that I don't have what's needed to do it. Because it does nothing. Is the game bugged out? The Dice Maker apparently lets you buy dice to re-roll white checks. Oh, really? Huh. Okay. Well, we do have things we need to do in that general area, so we could go back and see the Dice Maker. Yeah, well, we'll head back the other way then. I think we go this way. Gotta look at the stats associated with the dice. Did I just not talk to these two kids? Because I must have come this way. Yeah, I just didn't talk to those two kids. Because I talked to her.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Where's your mum?
The kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game.
Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The other one says. Yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
You're bad with kids.
The lieutenant remarks with evident glee. Wow, thanks, Kim. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it like that. Anyway, I'm going to go and think about what Kim just said to us. Now's a great time to do some meat mecha maintenance, everybody. Drinks, snacks, stretches, fresh air, all that good stuff. And I will see you in 3 minutes when I have gotten over Kim's sick fucking burn. BRB.
If I'd have known that, I would have wished her a happy birthday. On to food. Ooh, enjoy food.
Buy the rocket Shinji.
Oh, fucking hell! What? No! Ah! Shit!
I believe in you, says Zero. A little late there, buddy.
What the fuck just... What? What?
I was looking a bit Pete Tongel all of a sudden. No!
Like, it just sort of rubber banded and then we were out of fuel?
Thunder's your hawk.
Ah! No!
Dang
it! 79%!
We've done so much work! Robbed! Yeah, we've been robbed! I'm blood should only be in my hair when it's somebody else's. I shouldn't have said that on stream. You are. And now nobody can see anything but your butt. Nobody wants to see your butt. They want to see your beautiful little face. Which they still can't see because you're too short. Oh, baby. No, no kisses. Ah, he licked my nose. The tail wags. Yeah, he is very much my dog. Like, he likes Slow, my partner, but fucking loves me. One step away.
Sorry, folks.
And in true Blue Peter fashion, here's a child we harassed earlier.
Did it! I did it! Look at us go! Oh, we're so speedy now! Nyom.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of you, but I am liking what you're saying.
This Rent Trauma Frog has a hat. This is the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty. Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning high resolution, 3D landscapes, sophisticated score, and musical effects. Not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush. Sit down and watch me stream Loom today.
Off of it, and
Welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. I have potat. I went to go get my potato. But it is too warm to eat. So I'm going to put it here in its little blanket. And I was gonna, during the break, close and reopen the game to fix the text bug we were having, but I can't because we're in the middle of a conversation that I couldn't exit out of. So after we've got out of this conversation, I am going to exit the game briefly, reopen it, and hope that fixes the text bug we've been having. I also asked around on Google about the skill cap. Hey, I can use my cigarettes again. Excellent. And I have learnt something fun, which I will explain before I continue this conversation here. So apparently, if you, when you have used a drug to increase your skill cap, if you put a point into a skill whilst under the influence, you get to keep that point after the skill cap is decreased. And apparently, this was initially a bug, but playtesters loved it so much that the devs decided to keep it. Yes, apparently so, Sol. Community brain cell doing double time yet again. So yeah, we're going to smoke another cigarette. Now I can smoke again. We're going to put a point into logic, because that increases your intellect cap by 1. And then profit, hopefully. And what are you, Kidmaster General?
Maybe I am. Now,
Grins.
how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything here.
Bye, kids. Take care. Wow, I can't believe he sassed us like that. Okay, so we're going back this way. There are so many things that look like they should be interactable things and aren't. I mean, at least we can highlight all the interactables, so it's not so bad. Okay. There we go. Aha! Okay. Let's try this again. And let's not get fucking snake eyes this time.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I'm still so angry that it was our first roll of the day and we got double 1. I can't look.
The number of things don't add up. Let's take a look.
That is a hard-fought success right there. Remember, kids, winners don't do drugs, not unless it allows them to improve their stats. In such cases, do lots of drugs. No, 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 no. This game tells us that smoking is okay because it makes you more logical. Karma got you back on that one. Fucking 11, goddamn. Well, we got double 1 again, just in a different way this time. I mean, that's literally why I smoke. Yeah, fair play. Got bad news for you, Andre. Things don't add up.
What things?
He senses something is wrong.
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of lab equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker. No, that's singular speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where is his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't Estelle need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
Nose fed here is the active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
The distilled water, a cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
He sounds tired. In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
Come on, that's...
He waves his hands. Against the law?
I meant to say, not true.
Sina said you've been lying about your plans. Your answer was very unconvincing.
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
So, what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
Okay. A mission from God, Edward Blues. That is the third time I have experienced the Blues Brothers reference in my presence in the last 48 hours. Okay. Begins by us telling him that we don't care about any of this. And the only option that fits that is the bottom one. I don't really care. I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want, I do what I want.
Really?
Of course not really. I'm a cop. Now tell me what's going on immediately.
Or else?
There's an audible clank as he lets a wrench drop into his toolbox. We'll see. Now speak.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal. Because we are! We totally are!
Uh-huh.
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
Uh-huh.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky though, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
Funny that.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all. So, what now?
This is it. Judgment time.
Ask for a bribe first. Okay. Now, they say they need to set it up as a speed lab first. Otherwise it's not going to work. Which suggests to me that if I tell them to proceed with the club, they're still going to make the speed lab. And we don't want that. We could... We could ask for a bribe. I don't want to ask for a bribe. We could arrest them. They haven't technically done anything wrong yet. Technically. So that feels a little premature. We could just evict them. Rocket wants me to set the club up. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Does anybody else in chat have any thoughts on this? I'm going to attempt to eat some of my potato. Oh, it's the perfect temperature now. Hooray! Of course you think it's a great idea. It's not your playthrough.
This is rubbish. This is an abomination.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. The only drugs we've done since I took control of Harry are cigarettes. We've not even had any alcohol. He's trying to get his life back on the straight and narrow, to an extent. Also, the healing items, all drugs. Yeah, but they're over the counters, right? Slightly different. We have 4 people pro club here already. Yes, I can see that, Rocket. I can see that. I am capable of doing maths, even if I wasn't last night.
Hello there.
What would Kim think? Exactly, Frankenstein. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I'm not pro club, I'm pro helping people with ADHD. That's fair. See, the problem is we also haven't had that additional conversation with Suna. So she said no, and if we say yes now, that's kind of shitty of us. But also I can see how the club would be useful in identifying where that hole in the world is. I think we can still convince her. Okay. Fine. Well, seeing as everybody seems to be up for the idea of running with the club, we'll go for the clean club. Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for anodic music.
Yeah!
The young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
I knew it!
The would-be leader drops his spiked head between his knees. I think Egghead literally only cares about the music. We like Egghead. Egghead isn't here for the drugs.
It's
the other two.
Now. No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for anodic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What's that about a fish?
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
I like Egghead.
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Egghead looks nothing like his picture, and I love that for him.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind, a grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Jérôme and all the houses on Main Road. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
Oh dear. Does anyone feel that?
What?
Nothing. Let's call this incident crime prevention. But I have my eye on you.
Okay. We'll try to do it without the drugs.
He raises his head from between his knees.
We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg? From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
I'm not sure if I believe them. Shivers, you're scaring me. Yeah. I think one of the things that resonates with me about this game is that my head does work like this. So it feels kind of freeing to see it represented in a video game, I guess.
Yes, what is
Andre
it?
has learned a lesson about hiding the lab better. He absolutely has.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something?
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it.
She thinks about it, a glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
Okay. What is an offsite copy, and why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project. The radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
God, I hope I didn't sell that. I know I thought really hard about it because I was
She's
broke.
making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
If it's called an off-site copy, why is it still on site?
Oh god, not this again.
Nah.
It is not on site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Okay.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
It is technically still on site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored.
Which researcher ever asked for help from a cop on a project? It depends on what they were researching, Poirot. One of the folks I went to university with, did actually ask a cop for help with their project because they were doing a study into policing in the local community. So asking a police officer about their experiences was good research. Cries in DevOps, yep, that's fair.
We clear?
She stares at you with pleading, furious eyes.
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Yeah. By your old workspace, do you mean the studio of Fortress Accident in the doomed commercial area?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Actually, I've already been inside the doomed commercial
Good.
area.
Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it.
And where exactly is the offsite copy?
In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss. You just need to get the offsite copy from the ice bear.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
I found a note from the ice bear fridge. It said the offsite copy had been moved to a safer place.
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
She freezes. Said the offsite copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislav.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulislav Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe.
Sulislav. Okay.
And feature creep. And the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
She crosses her arms defiantly.
And the heads. I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
I found the ice cream maker but couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
Ooh, yummy. Welcome back, Ian.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Why can't you go and get the filament
The
yourself?
bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Why does she think you're part of the curse?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
Bit biased, don't you think?
No. She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Rain Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic.
By the way, we put a dead body in that fridge.
Wait, what? Whose dead body?
You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge.
The lieutenant says, looking at you. He does, Kian, he does. But it's much shakier now.
Whose body is it?
Don't worry, I put it in there temporarily. It's all part of an official police investigation.
You put it there? You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge.
The investigation warranted it.
Okay. Very cool. Thanks for keeping me in the loop.
We would appreciate it if you kept this knowledge to yourself, miss.
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have anyone to tell. And if I did, I wouldn't. I don't care.
It's not like we know. Yeah, we don't know why we did it either. Alright, I'll go look for the offsite copy.
And here's my Kvalsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Kvalsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund. The legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for professionals like you.
Thank you, Suna. You are my second favorite person in this whole game now. How about 2mm
The
hole?
swallow, you mean? What about it?
You have anything new to ask? No, we don't.
Great. Thanks.
Holy shit, look at the size of this thing. That's a big tool. Let's go find somewhere to use it. It's one hell of a Swiss Army knife, I know, right? More like a Swiss Army plank, to be honest with you. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
If you can't see, then how did you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
I like her.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
A shadow passes over her face.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Okay, horrific necktie. I love you. You know I do. But I am gonna leave this sweet little old lady alone. What he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Bit harsh. I mean, not untrue. Especially not for Harry. But, bit harsh. Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her. I've got to remember where the drunks were. I can't remember where they were. If we go back to the car, I can retrace my steps from the car back to the drunks. Again, I guess. Seeing as that's how the car got into the ice in the first place.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
What kind of an ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Fair.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
That name is Swedish. It's a surname. Which name? If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here.
Ah, I see.
As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Why could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
A soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate for the RCM to accept free accommodations.
Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
Why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
One more time. I can just have the room?
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. But the room, do you want it?
That's what I'm thinking, Sol. You got yourself a tenant.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Thank you, Kim.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in the
Hello there.
Hey, Halo, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today.
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
What's in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
There's got to be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
The pox? What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now.
She nods her head across the courtyard.
And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Oh yeah, I met a couple of drunks here.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then, and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Right, there's another topic I'd like to address.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
She smiles a gap-toothed smile and smells the air.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She frowns.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
That's fair.
Those would be the dance music enthusiasts in their tent.
What else is on down the coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed.
That's it? There's got to be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, surely.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for
I
me?
can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Excellent, Poirot. Well done. Now you can relax.
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
Thanks, physical instrument.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
She nods, handing the jacket back to you. I was asked to get your signature.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
Everett wants to turn part of the village into a little youth centre.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Wait, where can I find her?
She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing.
I'll go ask her first, then.
Yes, you do that. Can't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
I'd rather him not be holding shit over me, to be honest, but this is the life I have made for myself by my actions. Can't see into the house from this angle.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
We should forge those signatures to fuck him over on this. That would be fun. Now, I don't know if I unlock the shack door, if that's going to end the day, like, prematurely, so I'm just going to leave that for now. We know we can come back here to sleep. We've got to go talk to Garter and let him know that we're not going to be staying anyway. Oh, here's the drunks. I found the drunks. Does Kim have anything new to talk about? I don't know yet. We'll check in a minute. Every time I check, he's, Oh, wow. That matches our hat. Ah, because they're part of the same set. I see. Oh no, our perception's like super minus right now. Where's the minus on perception? Ah, I see. In our hat. We can't have that, can we? Glasses are -1 to authority. We don't have any glasses that don't have minuses on them. But if we put the visual calculus ones on, everything sort of balances out, I guess. That's fine. That works. Let's have a little chat with Doom Spiral. Finish that quest off.
Tequila sunset.
Okay, here's your jacket. Fresh washed.
My jacket?
Yeah. It was pretty filthy though, so I got it cleaned for
A
you.
look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
So you're saying this isn't your jacket?
Found? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend.
I appreciate that logic check was an easy one.
I'm calling it. It's neurological.
Your loss. I'm keeping the jacket for myself.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
Ah,
it's
fuck
an
you
okay
too,
jacket,
mate.
if you are into that look. Okay.
Bye. Fucking arsehole.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of
Oh
style.
no. My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
I've been wearing this since I picked it up. Don't sass me.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you.
Okay, that is nice. Say, why aren't you wearing a pig suit?
Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
I hate these responses. But I also don't like suggesting that I have the same amount of style as him, because I don't. Okay. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
Yeah, I deserved that.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Okay. So many bottles I could pick up round here. How did we get there before then? Oh, we must have come this way. Oh well. I think this is the right way. The trap to check here, so we'll do that.
A familiar apparatus lies, and the reeds bend
Nope.
forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
He smiles and raises his collar. It's windy. Game, let me zoom out. Thank you. There's the car. go. Back to the other side. Now we have a bunch of shit to do over here. First things first, we've got some stuff to sell.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look.
Oh, we can sell the armor? I mean, I don't want to.
Alright, let's see it.
He knits his eyebrows thinking.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys.
That's fair.
Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
Fair enough.
Another time, perhaps.
Oh, no, I do have things to sell.
Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I don't think we need that for anything, so it should be fine. I know we don't technically need the money anymore, but...
Another time, back.
Oh well. Okay, we had some phone calls to make. My plan is to do the tidy up stuff we have to do on this side of the river.
A set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Do the cleanup stuff we have to do on this side based on, like, the bits and bobs that we've picked up today. And then we'll switch to do some speedrunning for a bit. Though I haven't decided what to speedrun yet.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment.
You can hear shuffling through some
Can you
papers.
please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Nope, seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with bright blue lining. Found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. Belongs to someone named Billy Mijan.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me to the Jamrock Public Library, please.
I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
6:57.
We should try again during business hours.
We should indeed.
Anything else, Detective?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Okay. That's that bit done. We'll go say hi to Garter. Give him the burb. And the good news that we're moving out. We'll talk to Lena. Let her know her husband's
Can I
alive.
help you?
Garter, I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
The man takes the stuffed bird. Just thought it would look nice on the wall.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously and then mellows.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
That seems like an appropriate response, yeah.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
Thank you, empathy.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Exactly, Kim. I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from on this one. About my bill for
Got
tonight.
the 20 real?
No?
Then why are you wasting my time?
Okay, I
and
guess I
yours?
don't need to tell you that I'm moving out. Goodbye. We can't go out that door.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I ran into your husband on the coast.
Goodness. How is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
Your woman clasps her hands together over her blanket.
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
You never told me you've seen the Phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
No, I really want to know.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Oh, don't, Kim.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
Okay.
We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face. He said my descriptions matched the phasmid down to a T. Its white marble limbs, the way it moved.
Okay.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them, on the inside, like stalks of marble, if that makes sense.
You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
And what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
He closes his notes and gives her a simple smile.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Maybe you imagined it, Lena?
Of course. I've thought about it. But Morel says my report matches with the others. And I'm sure I hadn't heard of the phasmid as a child. Nor had my mother or my grandmother. So how did I know what to imagine? It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena?
She lowers her voice, imitating a boy.
You trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
We're not going to ask about more cryptids right now.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Okay, we've got an even chance of this succeeding. Let's make sure we've got our best physical instrument clothes on. Okay, that is actually the best we can do in terms of physical instrument. So.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero.
We already are
UTC,
Frankenstein.
A filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker.
What? No ice cream?
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
The lieutenant agrees. Someone's stomach grumbles. The room feels very cold.
You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and Kilda as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
I mean, yes, I am. But,
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
need to improve perception for that one. We are very close to a level up though, so we might actually be able to do that before we finish with this today. No, no break yet, Chibi. Let me out. Oh, shit. We just wanna... Silly me. Okay, let's quickly run upstairs. Oh, shit, torch. I was thinking, why is it so fucking dark? It's never this dark in here. Oh yeah.
Tiles on the cube are still smouldering, casting the framework in a soft glow.
I think we know the password now.
The speaker comes to life. Statics.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Lieutenant seems almost disappointed to discover that.
Fortress Accident.
Yeah, I'm
Is
kind of
there
with him there.
anything else I can do for you today?
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smouldering. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Who worked here?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team
right, Halo?
composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations.
You know what? I'm really enjoying this. We've got a break in 3 minutes because I've been pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back. We're just going to play some more of this to close out the stream, and I will get some speedrun practice in on a quiet day next week. Because I am really enjoying this and I just want to keep playing it. I do really want to do some speedrun practice, but I really want to play more of this. I'm loving where it's going. Ha, you said the Q word. That is a fair point, but I mean my definition of quiet rather than the standard definition of quiet, so it's not so bad. My quiet is not other people's quiet.
But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended
Oh
by
yeah, he's been lurking in the
Pyrrolidon.
shadows for a while. He does that.
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Wait, why did a radio game need so many artists?
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Oh yeah, the Dice Maker told us about that.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays.
Uh-oh. I know, right, Halo?
Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Ria? Yo. These guys knew how to party.
Where did they get all this money? We'll find out after the break. Okay, everyone, drinks, snacks, stretches, fresh air, all that good meat mecha maintenance stuff. I will see you in 3 minutes. BRB.
This run, I don't want to jinx it, but it's going pretty good.
Both is good.
Oh no, 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 no! Oh no! I went the wrong way!
Need someone to come and examine my work?
What, have you drawn a penis on the side of the... Where are
Please,
you?
I'm an artist.
Snape attempted
Yeah?
to.
Come over here.
Let's have a look. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Spider Marathon Committee will hear about this.
Blood should only be in my hair when it's somebody else's. I shouldn't have said that on stream.
Oh yes, please, I'd be so grateful. Yes, great master. For the Overlord. Yes. Mm-hmm. Happy Squig. Very happy Squig. This is so cool. Oh yeah! Both this is a good baby. Oh you fucker, that were a big fish!
Do not forget, Brother Guy, the fate of the youths who jeered the aged prophet Elisha outside of Bethel. Are you comparing yourself to a prophet, Brother Adok? I'm comparing you to an impudent youth whom the Lord, in his ineffable wisdom, may choose to strike down. Okay, that's a pretty good burn back. That's still a child. Oh, there you go, Nat. There is, Facebot? Buttface? Facebot Leggy Man. This is the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty. Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning high resolution, 3D landscapes, sophisticated score, and musical effects. Not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush. Sit down and watch me stream Loom today. That's still a child. Oh, there you go, Nat. There is, Facebot? Buttface? Facebot Leggy Man.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. Now,
So we haven't
before
actually...
I call the conductor and have you confined to the lunatic car.
There's a lunatic car?
There's a lunatic car?
Forgot he says that. Welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. Hope you all enjoyed your time in the lunatic car. Thank you, Tabby. Thank you, Tidders. Thank you, Halo. Welcome back to you all as well.
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Okay, production schedule.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Warner Brothers to you too, Halo. Wait, hang on a minute. Glorious descent into bankruptcy. Did this come from Twitter HQ? Because of the concept artists?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches.
Who doesn't love a 3-hour lunch? I mean, nobody loves a panic attack, so we're just going to ignore that one.
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team.
Seriously, every time we come here, everything that the narrator says just reminds me of the Kingdom Death Kickstarter. I love a 3-hour lunch. I take one most days, exactly.
They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account.
Yeah, that's, maths doesn't work out there.
They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
So they were done in by their own ambition.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The were?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that the lead designer would do.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Oh, fuck. Okay. How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Uh-oh. Oh man, this brings me back to the TTS days. Hey, founding members, do you remember when we had TTS that you could get with channel points? Way back in the early days? And I had to turn it off because he kept giving the TTS complicated maths to do.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded
The one
tight
that
against
lasted
his
about
chest.
45 minutes. Yeah.
He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too.
Text to speech, Poirot. So back in the very early days of the channel, the bot I was using had channel point text-to-speech redemption, which I switched on. And it lasted about a month, but every stream it would only survive about the first 45 minutes, as Tidders has said, because chat would find the most complicated bit of maths they could think of to put through the TTS, and that would break the TTS. Don't say early days, it was only 6 months ago, please, I swear. Anything I fucking feel. I did not expect, when the pandemic was over, it will never really be fucking over, will it? Let's face it. But post-pandemic, when everything opened back up again and people went back to sort of how their lives were beforehand, before quarantine, I was expecting that I'd just stop streaming then, and here we are. Quite some time later. Still doing it. 4 years I've been doing this. Actually, closer to 4.5 years now. And you were there, and you were there, and you were there at the beginning. It's still going. Oh man, what have I done? Has it been that long? It has, Valcion. Hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Streaming had other plans for you. Yeah, apparently. Like, the fact that I'm still streaming, I liken it to the when you folks keep putting stuff in the jukebox after I've said I'm going to finish up. I can't stop because you don't want me to, and I'm okay with that. Just let the numbers wash over you. Okay, so that's...
And that's it.
We got to the end! Okay, so that's what did the
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
The what now?
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Eep. And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
What? They lost the whole game and wouldn't even pay for it?
Always read the terms of service.
It's true.
And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for a legal action.
Also true. Wasn't there a copy of the game? A backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukkonen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Fuck, they crunched her so hard she lost her home. Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
3 guesses who wrote this note.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's plain and magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good evening. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the offsite copy? Good. Please repeat the password.
So it worked for her station at the church. It worked for the production schedule. Is it going to work for the offsite copy as well? Is she that lazy?
No, that's not it.
Fuck. No, she's not. Okay. She has got a security conscious bone in her body then.
What does she mean? That's not it. What's the password then?
I don't know the password.
I will register.
She's gonna absolutely haul us over the fucking coals for this when we get back to the church, isn't she?
Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
For now.
Tiles on the cube are still the filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Let's take the filament. I was really hoping she was just going to be really fucking lazy. Too much to hope for, I suppose. Oh no, we need to go through this door down here. It's like the remains of the 24-hour window repair shop. Ah, yes. How did we not get that sooner? Poor animals. No rest for their bodies after death. Can we do that now? It's like leather and sweat.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
Holy
like a
shit.
dog for its master.
We have an even chance of doing this now, thanks to Coach Physical Instrument. Do you even lift, bro? I know, right? I think we only have the one item of clothing that improves Physical Instrument though, and I don't want to wear it anymore, so just put it there. Let's put our nice shirt back on. And let's take the torch out of our hand. Grab the smokes. Where is the working class lady? Oh, maybe we can't. There's something down there. Ooh, okay. If we put the torch back on, can we see what it was? guess not. Maybe we can't talk to her again until after we've confirmed it's her husband that we found. I mean, we're positive it is, but... Musty smell of potato cellar. Spring emanates from the air vent. Ah, a potato cellar. Okay.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears
20.
with a
That's
satisfying
not too bad.
jingle.
We're almost at 100 real. Check us out. We're doing great. Okay. Did we have anything else we needed to do over here? We've got to phone the library, but we can't do that till tomorrow now. What was the thing with sealing? We could... Oh no, we can't do that. We can have another go at the white envelope though. Loads. Our logic's at +3. We love that. +4. Items.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. At 12 to 40, there is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim. These people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it.
The lieutenant frowns as he reads over the document again.
Edra probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
And perhaps people could be watching you here. That's fine. We can do that later. Actually, I was over here for the sealing one, wasn't I? Rhetoric. I don't know if I've got any clothes to help with that. I do not. And it's already maxed out. I'm 1 point from a level up. Damn it. What we might do as well is we might smoke our last cigarette once we get the level up, and then we'll put the point into rhetoric, so that can be at 3 as well. Well, at 4, I should say. But we ain't gonna try for that now. I'm gonna head back over, because I think we've done everything we needed to do over here. We'll go back to the church. We've already checked this trap. We don't need to check it again. Cozy sound of some kind of heater is sputtering. Ooh. Oh, there's a thing that I didn't interact with there. Bit more money. I think we can probably get away with doing the forgery in here.
The door has seen better.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Meet me here, cool. Good to know.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Okay. Let's check out our new digs. See the waves, the sea, a church. Floorboards creak under your step. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, an almanac from 39. Intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
My forward base for the coastal part of the
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
There doesn't appear to be anywhere for me to look under the floorboards.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Very low chance of succeeding at that. We could put it into Encyclopedia and see if it increases our chances. It was conceptualization that was locked though, wasn't it? So many options. Okay, conceptualization. Oh, it was electrochem. Never mind. Oh well. Ooh. A logic jacket. Don't mind if I do. What does that look like? Yep, this is our new outfit. We're wearing this now.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Let's give it a go.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against
Good God,
it
he looks horrendous.
Beneath the doubt sprouts a new vigor, like you've discarded some bad decisions. It feels as though you've passed through a ritual, emerged from cold water, even.
I would honestly reload that. Here's the thing, Rocket. I made a decision, and there are consequences to the action that I took there. These are the consequences. It'll grow back. Was shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
Thanks, suggestion. Super helpful. There we are. We look better in person than we do in our little art card, I've got to admit.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Let's check we've got our best interfacing gear on first. So they're +2 interfacing, they're +1, so that's fine. We can. I don't think we have anything else that improves interfacing, but I'm gonna check anyway. We do not. Let's make sure we've not got anything... We've not got anything minusing from our interfacing either, by the looks, because they're giving us +2. And we're at +2. Yeah, okay. Non-totally wrecked living place. And it's free!
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Let's forge some signatures.
A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Keep your fingers crossed, chap.
With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line?
2 names, Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter.
Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures. But they're not, and the document will be nullified if they dispute it. That means Everard will have to start over.
Oh no.
All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta.
So many things. So many checks for us to do. Okay. What's Kim gonna say to us? Oh, look at him just hanging out, avoiding the rain. Hey, Kim.
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
That makes more sense than the other stuff I
Just
thought of.
think about it for a second.
I forgot we were in a position to do this
You're
one.
a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
I mean, at least in this particular situation, Poirot, he's doing it for good reasons. We trained him wrong on purpose. Exactly. So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why's that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there.
Thanks, I think. That is maybe the most backhanded compliment I've ever received.
So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
I just got the achievement for getting him to trust us, chat. We did it. The one thing I wanted us to manage in this playthrough, we've just done it. He trusts us. He likes us. We made a friend. Main objective complete, yes. Time to fuck about. No, we need to maintain that trust. We need to hold it gently, like hamburger. Oh shit, Frankenstein! Thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 gift subs to the channel. Holy shit!
Gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
We maintain it and all's fuck, holy shit, yeah, exactly. Frankenstein, thank you so
Looks to me like a marginally volatile hostage situation, Max.
Ooh, does this mean we get to kick some puffy white mad
Because you
scientist butt?
gifted in bulk during September, it looks like Twitch has gifted
Looks to me like a marginally volatile hostage situation,
two
Max.
additional tier 1 subs to the community. Sorry, not 3.
White mad scientist butt?
So,
Can't
all
think
in
of a reason
all,
not to.
they have gone to
Looks
Lord
to me
Ethel,
like a marginally
Dexter's
volatile
Wombat,
hostage situation, Max.
Silver,
Ooh, does this mean we get to kick some puffy white
How Do
mad
We
scientist
Bow,
butt?
NBZ, Always Time, Tiroff, Astrid the Horror Girl, Samwell, Lofty Softy, Titan, and Jelly Pops. Thank you very, very much, Frankenstein. That's so kind of you. What a wonderful way to celebrate the bestest boy trusting us. Thank you. Thank you so much. And to the lucky recipients of those gift subs, please do enjoy your ad-free viewing and the amazing emotes made by the wonderful Capsimistic. Oh, good, we can talk to him about it. So, I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
The lieutenant stares at your shaven face, his eyes narrowed. He coughs. I knew I shouldn't shave. I knew it and still did it. What an idiot.
No, it's okay, I guess. I may have preferred the mutton chops. They sort of seem to cover the...
He keeps staring at you, dumbfounded.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
I'm sorry, Kim. We're not beautiful to you anymore. You trust us, but you don't like us. We're not pretty to look at. And I'm sorry. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to succeed at that check. I was expecting to fail and injure myself. But no, the game doesn't want me to succeed when I want to succeed and only wants me to succeed when I want to fail. Nothing. I'm just gonna, like... Can I buy, like, a full face covering in this game and then nobody can ever see my face again until the mutton chops grow back? We do look very snazzy as a duo, though. Look at us. We're very cool. Always a good time for a gas mask. Less narrative dissonance and more narrative fuck you. I mean, our first roll of the day, we got a reasonably high success chance on our first roll of the day, and I rolled double ones. So yes, absolutely narrative fuck you. Narrative combat, yes, the narrative has chosen violence today. Did you go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. Same address the lead programmer of Fortress Accident was looking for. Yes, we know that already. But just in case we needed the reminder. I wonder how cold his face is now. Like, we can only assume that he's had the mutton chops for quite some time, so it must feel really weird to not have them anymore.
Yes, what is it?
About the off-site copy you asked me to bring? Is this the filament you're looking for?
No. That's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
She's tapping the table in a badly concealed impatience.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
I brought you the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
She takes the filament, inspecting the metallic tape on its side. What's going to happen now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door.
Wait. No. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
Why? Why, Inland Empire? What are you freaking out about? Wait, don't put it in yet. It might be dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing.
She starts laughing, but stops almost immediately, her voice oddly humorless. How do you know?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
Cheerful. She says and presses print on the machine's keyboard. I've got to admit, the little voice in the back of my head was just like, that would be a perfect walk-on sound for you if you could have a walk-on sound on your own channel.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that.
Something's very wrong with that filament memory.
Sorna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here, I found it.
She suddenly says, raising her ink-stained fingertip. Ah.
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Can I do anything?
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
She clocks up her typing speed.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
There's joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. It's because we hide away in the darkness. Yep. Like, Slow's always complaining that my office is really dark, and I'll be sitting here in the dark eating something and typing away. It's usually when I'm working on HobbyTan. I like to sit in the dark and work on HobbyTan. I mean, I have the blind open. It's not like I'm not letting any light in. Just when the light isn't there outside, it isn't here inside either. I never open my office's curtains. You are more of a being of darkness than I am then, for sure. I like a little bit of daylight every now and then. And I'm too lazy to deal with the blind. So it just stays like that. Oh my god, congratulations!
Thank you!
She yells back with a grin. So, where is it? Where is your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church, where a group of water bowls forms a ritualistic arch.
Think you can help me again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations.
Okay. A bit leaky light-wise. Yeah, that's fair.
What an interesting proposition. Truly a task for the intellectuals, solving the puzzle of water bowls.
Right, I'll go figure it out. I'm good at intellectual puzzles.
Figure it out? No. I don't need you to figure anything out. I've got a computer for that.
She pats the mainframe.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating. In this task, a child could do it.
I am feeling a little attacked right now. God damn it, logic, shut up.
Yes, but you like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
You know, earlier when I said that one of the things I liked about this game was that the inside of my head felt very seen, because this is kind of how things operate for me. I take it back. I do not wish to be seen. Games stop perceiving me. It hurts. Sure, thanks. No problem. She smiles. Alright, let's go push some bowls. I can't remember what she told me to do, though. Does it say in my notebook? No. Okay. Let's go ask her again. I think she said the third one needed moving, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Yes. What is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. No, thanks.
Oh. Maybe it just does it automatically when you click on one of them?
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
Okay, so they're just...
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. This task is an insult to your mental skills.
Oh, it's fine, Logic.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place after all.
Thank you, physical instrument. We'll walk slowly. Seeing as you asked so nicely.
Yes, what is it?
I have moved the bowls. It was mind-numbingly easy. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops biting into her chapped lip.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones.
She snaps out of the lull.
If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it going to be just silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
She grows silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. You're right. We should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
She rubs her face.
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Why assume that something has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary.
It is scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
She breathes in, puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the keyboard. It's amazing what nothing can do to a person. It really is, to be honest with you.
The lieutenant takes a step back.
See, Kim's not cool with it.
And then, nothing. Nothing happens as Sona Lokinen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it.
She lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Well, at least the world seems to still be alright.
Yeah, nothing happened. Let's move on.
She says, disappointed.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No.
She rests her hands on her face on her hands, massaging her forehead.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is.
She raises her head, staring at all the machines that litter the church. Cables coiling up on the floor like pests.
You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Okay, we absolutely should. Logic, you're correct. But first, do we have anything that can improve our perception? We have something that can reduce it. Okay, so we're not in a position to really do that yet. Though we've got something interfering with our perception right now. So it's a hat. We take that off.
Yes, what is it?
An even chance. I'm willing to take it. Unless... Interact. No, tools maybe? No, we've not got anything that will increase our perception in this slot either. So,
yes,
let's
it?
try. It's a white check, so we can try again next week if we need to. Wish me luck, folks.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Suna, what if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Yes, but they could help with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course! The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would, if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, Detective. As always.
Great. I'll go talk to them then.
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Okay. I am gonna see if I can get through my goodbyes in 3 minutes or less. Because we are gonna finish up. Okay. Massive thank you everyone for coming along today. This has been nice, it's been chill, it's been exactly what I needed. So thank you each and every one of you for being here. Special thank yous today go to Inquisitor Grox for the resub and Frankenstein for the 10 community gift subs.
Goodbye, my friend.
Whether you're subbed, following, none of the above, whether it's your first time here, whether it's your 1000th time here, I really do appreciate you all hanging out and making this community the wonderful place it is. So thank you for just being you and being here. We are gonna go and see if anything will load. There we go. Fuck it, we're gonna go see Turbo because Turbo's live. You're most welcome, Poirot. Thank you for being here. We're going to go see 16-Bit Hyper Turbo, who is a lovely bean, has recently been raising money for charity as well. I've been eating all the way through the stream, Torpor. Don't worry about that, and I will be resting after this. You're most welcome. Thank you for being here. You're most welcome, Frankenstein. Thank you for being here and for the gift subs again. So, I will be back for definite on Wednesday. Potentially before that if I feel up to it. But on Wednesday, court will be back in session. I'm very excited about it. I hope you all are too. So hopefully I'll see you all for that. Hey, if they look better there, Valsion, they look better there. I'm not going to judge you for that. Right, I'm going to bugger off. So,
Thank you again, everyone, for being here. You know when I'm going to be live next. Hopefully I'll see you then. But until I do see you next, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, wash your fucking multi-tools, and have a great week, everyone, however you end up spending it. Now, go send Turbo some love. Bye-bye.